Good morning, traders. Round two, second attempt at getting a live stream going this morning. It is now 8:30 a.m. here on the West Coast. So the market's been trading for 2 hours, and I have missed quite the opportunity here. I mean, look at that. Look at that volatility. Just a beautiful day with lots of money to be made. And it's the day that my data feed is down. Whoop, whoop. So I'm just going to get things settled in here and get some more people jumping into the chat. And then, Gianfranco, you're here, brother. You're the one person watching. Welcome. Once we get things up and running, I'll give my analysis. All right, guys. My apologies about this morning. Every time I have a problem with my data feed, I always remember that I hate bar charts because they have no customer service. There's nobody you can just call. It's like you got to send emails and it's a pain in the ass. So anyway, note to self, got to change that data service this weekend. But anyway, all right, so quite a morning for the market here. Very interesting, lots of volatility. What on earth is happening? Does anybody in the chat know of any news that may have caused this spike that we had earlier in the day here? So essentially taking a step back and looking at the overnight, we'll just go ahead and expand out that profile. Okay, so yesterday we just balanced slightly higher, okay, which left me feeling somewhat bullish at the end of the day. We'd made a higher low and value was overlapping to higher, but we had all these weak references sitting just below us. We had like 3 or 4 weak references, including 2 poor lows that we had sitting down there. And so that, in my mind, increased the odds the market needed to rotate down and repair that. It looks like what happened in the overnight was when the Asian markets opened, they kind of stayed up at the higher levels where we closed. And then when the market sold off, when Europe sold off to come down and repair those poor lows, they did not find any support. You got single prints, and that caused a lot of selling, right? Which we can assume was probably more long liquidation necessarily than new money selling. So then we opened up this morning. So that was the overnight. So we opened up with a huge gap down. Very bearish internals. It looks like in the A period, we pushed lower, pulled back up, did a little bit of rotating down here. And then right here in the C period, when we re-entered the single prints from the overnight that were going down, that immediately triggered buying to create these single prints here in the C period. So my instinct tells me some of this must be news related. And there it is. Something with Biden and taxes. Was it good or bad? You would assume that they were selling the rumor in the overnight and that we're buying the news, so it must have been good. Okay. I actually like that idea. I don't hate that idea. Instead of increasing taxes, you just make it impossible for corporations to pay nothing. You just take out the loopholes and you require a minimum 15%. I actually like that. Okay, so what are we looking at here for the market? Well, when there's a change that happens in the market, okay, some new piece of information, in this case, a piece of news comes out, that often changes the stance of the market. And we know that at the end of the day, because these single prints that happened at the moment that that news came out, they'll still be here at the end of the day. That's how we know that what caused this push higher was some sort of change in the market. Okay. So if we're going to just guess right now that that's what this was, that this was a sort of recovery from the sell-off last night that took place because of the news, we might make the assumption that the single prints will remain by the end of the day. Certainly not all of them, but there might still be some single prints down here. If that's the case, it's a double distribution day. And what does that matter to us? Why do we care about a double distribution day? Well, it gives us a framework to trade from because we treat the second distribution as if it's a whole new day. So essentially, right from the base of the single prints, whoops, I'm off by one. Right from the base of the single prints here at about 41.85, you treat it like a new day. So if we were going to treat this like it was a whole day all on its own, what are we looking at? A market that's trending higher, right? We got the push up. We pulled back. We're still one time framing higher. We haven't had the cessation just in this new day. Again, don't get confused with what I'm talking about. Just treating it like this is a brand new day from the base of the single prints, we are one time framing higher. Okay. If this E period pulls down below the D period, that would indicate that we're likely to go rotational, which would lead to probably balancing in this area. Okay. So that's sort of the framework. Literally, it's about to give it to me as I'm talking about it. That's the first thing that I'm watching is, do we get the cessation of one time framing in this new distribution? If we do, that will likely lead to rotation. I expect that rotation will take place up here, probably right around that 4,200 number that we've spent so much time. And so once we spend a little more time up here, put in a little more volume up here, we'll pull the value area up. Okay. Internals are mixed. Not really sending a clear signal one way or the other. So, this might be one of those days. If you're a cautious, if you're a trader like me who is cautious, this might be a day you have to kind of sit and let the market figure this out before you have any certainty of what's happening. If that E period low can hold, we are still one time framing higher. That will get me bullish. Also finding support here on the 20 moving average and then pushing higher could also get me a little bullish here. Oh, you're right, Donkey. Donkey throwing out a trade idea for everybody. A little freebie for you. Enjoy that. Yeah, if you were to go long here on the trade that we're going to continue to trend higher in this new distribution, you could put your stop right literally one tick below this E period low, which would be the cessation. And that's also going to be the same place where you break the 20 moving average and it doesn't act as support. A real quick, huge favor to ask. I know I let you guys down this morning by not being here for this chaos, which I definitely should have been. But if you could smash that like button, I'd really appreciate it. It'll just be a way to let YouTube know it should send us out to some more people. Thank you guys so much. I love it, Scott. Thank you, brother. The gap is filled. The gap is just to yesterday's low. So that is filled already. It was filled here in the C period. That could be part of what gave this push so much, um, volatility or whatever, such a ability to push up so quickly. News and then also the bots that were targeting the gap fill could have piled on there. Okay, buyers starting to step in. We are finding support on that 15 moving average. We remain one time framing higher. Correct. Yeah, the SPX gap is also filled. We don't just the way that Jim Dalton teaches it. We don't do the gap to where the closing price was. We do it to the low of the day. So the gap was also filled in the SPX. Design knob, welcome. Sorry for the delay today. Design knob, apparently one that isn't quite perfect. All right, so we're testing that 20 again. Okay, so that would be the cessation of one-time framing. Once again, we were looking at that because of the double distribution. So this to me increases the odds that the market isn't going to accept these higher prices up here, and it'll need to rotate back down into these single prints. Finding support in the single prints and not being able to completely fill its way back down to the base is bullish and should be a long trade for a push higher. Same thing with, you can think about it almost like a gap. So same thing with if the market trades down to the base of the single prints, find support there. Again, another good long trade for continuation higher. But if it gets down below the single prints and continues to push lower, bearish. So, Jitten, I guess the question becomes, are you glad that I brought the market to a screeching halt? Or do you wish it was still just shooting all over the place? Man, if you were a scalper this morning, there were some opportunities, wasn't there? So, again, guys, really all I'm seeing here is a little rotation. We're starting to get some acceptance of these higher prices up here. Not giving me enough certainty to jump into any trades right now. It is also worth noting, because we got below that balance area low. I just deleted it too. My bad, guys. Give me 1 second. Okay, so this red line down here, that's the previous balance area low. So looking below that balance and then pulling back above it creates what we call a look below and fail. And it increases the odds that we need to now rotate to the opposite end of balance. Okay? So it happened here with this session where we looked above the balance area, and then that caused a rotation down to the opposite end of balance. And then we looked below the balance area, so that increases the odds that it will once again rotate to the opposite end of balance. I would call that the 6-2 high at 42.15. That, in combination with the continued support we keep finding here on this 20, starting to make me look for long trades. I don't see a good entry yet. For me, the best entry would be the market pulls down into the single prints down here. Boom! Just pulled the POC higher. Fairest price to do business. Excellent. That is also bullish to see. But yeah, like I said, I'd love to see the market get down into these single prints and then not be able to push any lower to find support. You got these really low levels of volume right here around the halfback from overnight. So you're talking about between like 41.92 to 41.90. Okay, that area. That seems like a great spot for the market to come in, backfill some volume there, put in some support, and then start pushing higher once again. So that's sort of the area that's piquing my interest at the moment. But I do feel more like I want to go long than short in this market. Of course, that could change at any moment. Uh-oh, Fausto. What was the disaster? And what is your plan to make sure it doesn't happen the next time? Yeah, Fausto, that is a very, very easy mistake to make and not one that you should feel bad about. It happens. The one piece of advice that I would give, and this is take this with a grain of salt, please, um, because I have never found a strategy for doing what you're discussing. Trying to catch those giant moves in the overnight. But let's say, so our market closed up here yesterday around 42.07. I'm sorry, that's where the market opened. It closed at 42.05. Okay. So our market closed right here. So if you were thinking that the overnight traders were going to take the market higher, okay, then you say to yourself, okay, I have to give so much space. So, like, maybe you were thinking, I got to put my stop below the low of the day, right? And you were like, man, look at all this risk I have to take on in order to be able to enter that trade. Another option that you have available to you is to just put your buy order down here, right? Don't at the overnight, when at the beginning of overnight, just enter your trade and go to bed. Instead, enter a limit buy order down here, put your stop right here. Then you have great risk reward on the trade when you enter it. You don't have to have that giant gap between your entry price and your stop. You can have good risk reward. And then the worst thing that could happen to you is the market doesn't come down and fill your order, right? Maybe it just takes off and you miss the trade, but that's fine because you don't lose any money, right? It's okay to not make money. What's bad is losing the money you have. So by giving yourself, by setting a limit buy order down here to go long at this level, you might miss the trade, but you protect your capital. Okay, just another way to think about it. All right, well, I'm starting to lose faith in another push higher here. Remember that a moving average, like the 20 moving average here on the 15-minute candles, is a semi-impermeable membrane. Bullish, you say, Jitten says. Yeah, just in time. I'm in the flow of the chat, Jitten. I thought about it before I looked over. Yeah, so every time we poke at this 20 moving average, it kind of becomes a little bit weaker, and eventually we're going to poke through, which will lead us to getting down here into these single prints. And then I was also just looking at the ticks. The ticks are trending higher here. We're making higher lows on both the NASDAQ and the NYSE. But breaking that 20 moving average will probably give us that one big red tick that breaks the trend. And then the market will rotate, right? It'll come down, find support, and start rotating. So I'm back to neutral. And just looking for support once the market gets back down into these single prints. Like I said, this level right around the halfback here between basically down to 41.90. That seems like a good spot for the market to pull back into, backfill some of this, and then we see, can we bring in buyers down here at this level? If not, completely filling the single prints and then finding support right around here. We got another little chunk down here around 41.84 that also very low volume, could get some backfilling. So those are the two areas of potential support as far as I see it. And if the market finds support at either of those, I'll be ready to go long. More as a rotational trade, I would say, than necessarily a trend. Yeah, I don't know when it happened, but we do have value up here in the upper distribution. It would be, if what you're referring to, Donkey, is that it would be easier if it was just up here so we could trade it rotational. It likely will, right? Later in the day, if we keep rotating around at this level, we'll pull it all the way up here. Until then, just look for support. Okay, there's your big red candle that's breaking the trend. So the impulse move up has come to an end. The market is in a new two-way auction process, and we're now looking for support in the new two-way auction process. Absolutely, Design Knob. Let's jump over and take a look at the NQ. Okay, Q finally broke out of that balancing area that it was in. Look at that. Just like you could straight up draw a box. The market was just stuck inside of it. So you have not really pulled back into the balance area yet on the NQ, which is more bearish. You're also below the 20 moving average and remaining below it, which is also bearish. You literally got one tick back into the balancing area and then pulled back down. So the trade that had me feeling, or the thing that had me feeling bullish in the ES was the idea of the look below and fail on the balance area. So it doesn't seem like the market has an appetite for it right at this moment, but it will likely rotate to the opposite end of balance. That's just the way it often happens. So the fact that the NQ got one tick into its balance area, then pulled back down and is, finding acceptance below that is actually quite bearish. Potential support. The overnight low is really the only thing that jumps out at me. Yeah, so I would say look for support. I mean, there's not a specific level other than the overnight low, but if you get below value and you find support somewhere in here without breaking the A period low, that's a good trade for rotation back to the POC. And then you can put your stop just below the A period low. But I'd wait till you're below value and then you find support somewhere in here between 13,473 and 13,506. Back to the ES. Yes, sir, Trader Donkey. It took me forever to compress all the profiles from the last week, from 524 to now. But yep, we are literally sitting on the mother of all POCs. Look at that bad boy. Market has spent a lot of time in this area, put a lot of volume just below us, and a decent amount up here around the 42.05 level. But this last 2 weeks has just been one giant rotation. Look at that. It's just one big bell curve. Very interesting. Okay, so Donkey's pointing out the bull flag that we have here in the candlesticks on the 15-minute, and that it looks like it's ready to break out of that. Let's take a look at the internals. Oh, internals look good. They can break out. Almost back above the zero line here on the breath. Just literally 1 point above it here on the advancers versus decliners. The uptrend remains in the ticks on the NYSE. And that tick that I pointed out as breaking the trend turned out to have just wicked and remained. So yeah, the internals are trending higher. The NQ is about to test that 15-minute, the 20 moving average on the 15-minute candles. So if that acts as resistance, that could pull it back down, but if it's able to push through. So it's certainly possible. Wingman had asked in the Discord, or had said, we still have all those single prints below. We can ignore these if they were a change in the market, right? If the reason we created the single prints was because some fundamental new information came out that changed the stance of everyone who's participating, then we can leave single prints behind. So I would have thought we'd come down here and at least backfill some of this. But in a when what should happen doesn't, the fact that we didn't need to come back in here at all is bullish. So not quite ready to call it a breakout yet, but it's certainly got the underpinnings that it would need to be a breakout. Yeah, Rob, are you in the Discord group? You could post a picture of it there. If not, you could just email me, ahoy@piratetraders.io, and I'll show the picture. You're wingman. Why do you guys all do this to me? You all have different names in the Discord and the YouTube, and when you sign up to the website, you use different names for all of them. So I think I've got all these people that I'm talking to, and then I find out, oh, you're the same person I was talking to on the other platform. Oh, okay, cool. But yeah, post that in the Discord whenever you've got it all set up and ready. I'd love to see it. Dude, Donkey, you're the only one. Listen, guys, Donkey is not only using the same name in the Discord and in the YouTube. When he signed up for his account, he literally put Trading Donkey as his name. So if he ever orders any merch, it's going to arrive to his house mailed to Trader Donkey. Pavel, good to see you. Good morning. Oh, I don't judge, Donkey. I think it's great. I think we all need to have more anonymity online. I mean, you can't give your personal information to anyone. Even big, powerful companies, get hacked. No one's safe. Be scared. Sleep under the bed. They're coming for you. So keep in mind, if the NQ can't get back up into its balancing area, that's very bearish to lead to further downside continuation. And if the Q starts to pull back, it will likely bring the ES with it. All right, Wingman. Yeah, I like the look of that. I've now tried two different um, alternative TPO chart platforms. I just tried Quant Tower this morning when I was running into problems with my window trader. That looks good. I like that. So here's the question. Can you put two profiles right next to each other and then expand out the second profile the way I do so that you can see both the shape the profile is taking and how it's moving through each 30-minute time period? Because if you can do that, that's sweet. The way I have it here, two profiles right next to each other, one expanded, one collapsed. But anyway, yeah, so I tried Tradeovate, and this morning I tried Quant Tower. Both of them totally disappointed. Just not enough control. You can't make it look how you want. That function I was just discussing, having the exact same profile right next to each other, one expanded, one collapsed, none of them thus far have been able to do that. And that's like pivotal to how I trade. Yeah, I'll have to go back in and play with it then, Ram. It seemed like I couldn't figure it out before. I did figure out how to split it like this, but I couldn't figure out how to have two profiles that were identical next to each other, one split, one collapsed. But maybe I'll go in and give it another try. I was also panic stricken because I was trying to get my data feed to work this morning. Probably wasn't in the clearest of minds. Yeah, the story on the data feed, just one of those times where the universe just stacks things against you and you do your best, but there's nothing you can do to stop it. I basically lost my wallet a couple weeks ago, so I had to get all new credit cards. So I sent the new credit card to the data provider to update my payment, and they ran it yesterday. And when they ran it, it like failed. So they called me and they were like, your credit card didn't work. And I was like, that's weird. It's brand new. It should work. Try it again and then give me a call if it doesn't work. And I never heard from them again. But then I noticed I had an email from my bank saying that they had like flagged it as fraudulent or whatever. So I approved it and then assumed that Bar Charts had recharged it. When I go to log in this morning, can't get in. And then, of course, it took over 2 hours to get them on the phone to run my credit card that they already had a second time. But finally got it through, got it up and running. Done did the best I could. Jacob, yeah, there's an idea. Two different windows, one with it split and one with it collapsed. Look at you guys just solving problems for me right and left. There you go. Yeah, my only frustration with the news blip is just the lack of customer service. It's like they have a phone number and then you call the phone number and there's just a voicemail saying they don't answer the phone and that you have to email them. It's like, wait, what? What? Why? Why do you have a phone number if it just tells me to email you? But that's how it goes. You got to deal with things in life. Rob Farley. Okay, why different profiles? So, why a collapsed and an expanded profile? Well, the short answer is it's just what I'm used to, right? This is how Jim Dalton does it. So, this is how I learned to do it. This is what I've spent a year staring at every day. So, as soon as you start making changes to it, it starts messing with that muscle memory, right? It starts messing with that programming that my brain has developed for looking at this. But alternatively, it gives you more insight on the market, right? I can tell from the shape of the profile where the market is spending a lot of time. So I can see it's spending a lot of time up in here, but not down here, right? Not spending any time down here. And so that catches my eye as something to pay attention to. So I like to see the shape for that. And then the expanded profiles lets me see how the market is moving. Because look at yesterday, I just have the collapsed profile. You can't look at that and tell how the market moved throughout the day. You can tell it opened here, it closed here. You can tell it was rotational because of the shape, the bell-shaped curve. But you don't know what time period it went where unless you really zoom way in and try to visually follow the A's and the B's. And the B went here, and then it looks like the C was up here, and then the E. You got to really search your way through it. So that's why the expanded out function works great, because you can just look right at it and see what it did, each 30-minute period throughout the day. And I know you're thinking, well, Charles, why not just have a collapsed or have it expanded out like this, and then every now and then just collapse it really quick and look at it? But that's missing the point. The point is that I've trained my brain to recognize patterns in here that I don't have to think about. I don't have to say, let me collapse the profile and see what the shape is, and then I can make a judgment. My brain just automatically knows what it's seeing here and starts to calculate a result based on that. It's the same thing you would call muscle memory in a physical action that you do, except this is muscle memory for my brain parts. Yeah. Keys and cards. The key thing happened to me 2 months ago. I locked my keys in my car and I had to break a window with a rock to get them back. My life is full of drama. Oh, Captain Axelrod. Yeah, that I have a customer service thing that says go straight to voicemail. Oh, you're right. You got me. I didn't even think about that. Oh, that's funny. But that but that doesn't say email me. It says leave me a voicemail and I'll call you back. There's a difference, okay? So don't call me out on my shit. Okay? Rob, I have AAA, but I didn't have my cell phone. It's a whole story, guys. I'm not going to get into the whole story of how I had to break my window, but it was the only option available to me at the time. Yeah, Donkey, what are you referring to? Different option. You mean when my data didn't work this morning? Yeah, I was saying I started the Quant Tower TPO charts as like a backup so that in the future, if that happens again, because the Quant Tower is using my like AMP futures data feed, um, which just automatically gets paid for out of my brokerage account. So that one should always work. So I tried opening that up and setting up the charts, and I was just like, ugh, no. Oh, you remember that? I tell that story on here? Oh man. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. I thought about it because at one point when I was locked out of my car, I found somebody to like let me back into my apartment building, hoping I'd accidentally left my front door unlocked, which I never do, but you know how when you're panicked you hope. And then I realized after the fact I could have asked that person to borrow their cell phone, looked up my girlfriend's store phone number, called them, and then had her call uh, the roadside assistance to come get me in the car. But when you're in those moments, when your brain is overwhelmed with those fight or flight chemicals, right? You're freaking out. You don't make smart choices. Remind you of anything? Has anybody else, since they've become a trader, noticed lessons from trading and how they affect like other areas of life? Like the most obvious one for me is always like risk versus reward. Like anytime somebody comes to me and they like don't know what to do about something, they're like, I'm in this situation, I don't know what to do. I always just break it down to like risk versus reward, like pros versus cons. And it pretty much solves every problem. Okay, well, the NQ finally worked its way up to that 15 moving average. Let's jump over and take a look at it on the profile. Okay, creating a weak I period high. So once again, if they can push through that 15-minute average, they can probably push their way back up to the balancing area low. And if they can get back into the balancing area, then it becomes bullish. But as long as they stay below this 13,608 level, it is bearish for further downside continuation. Them being the people that participate in the NQ market. But think about all the money they've given you over the years. How can you hate them? All right, back to the ES. Okay, so we only barely dipped back into this little section here with low volume. Yeah, Mohammed, I don't generally try to invest that way. Not to say that there's anything wrong with it. It's a perfectly legitimate thing to do, but I try to keep my investment capital separate. So money that I want to put into property investments, I keep separate from money I want to invest in the market. And that's exactly the reason why, right? Because then you might be wanting to pull the trigger on a, property deal, but you feel like you can't because there's been a pullback in the ES or whatever. Well, my apologies to everyone. It seems my return to the markets did put them to sleep. We are trending higher, though, in the NASDAQ here, so we might get our little push through that 20 moving average finally. And that could lead to some buying here in the market. Once again, if we can get back into the balance area the balance area, and the low of that is at 13,608. So get above that number, and the buyers start to step in. I get it, design knob. She gets overbought and needs to pull back to the fairest price. Once she gets to the fairest price, she can reassess and be in a better position to make a new trade from there, a new position from there. I'm with you. Parenting 101. No. So what I'm talking about, Jacob, when I say the balancing area, the NQ is such a perfect example. Let's use that. So the market over the last week has been stuck in this range. Okay. And this literally, like, you almost never get one that's this perfect where you can clearly see what's going on. But you push higher. Okay. You had all this excess in the push higher, all these single prints. Plus, I think this was a gap too. Oh, no, it wasn't. But you just had excess. You had this big push higher. And the overnight market continued that excess. It continued that push higher. And it got itself overly long. Okay. So market opens the next day, tries to continue to push higher, but because it was already overly long, it needs to pull back down. So it makes a low. At that moment in time, you've created a balancing area, right? You don't know yet at this moment that this is the balance area low, but that's where it's created. So then the market finds support throughout that day, just above that level, and then takes another stab at getting higher. It can't, it pulls back down. It tries again, down. Okay, it gets above that balancing area, what we call a look above, and fails. So it's looking above this area where it found resistance after the initial excess. So this was where the excess ended and the balance began. So that's the balance area high. So when it looked above it and it failed, it pulled back in. It took 3 days, but the market rotated back down to the opposite end of the balance. Once it found support there a couple days ago, it rotated back up yesterday. It almost made it to the top end of balance. Didn't quite get there. But that's what it does. It bounces up and down between these ranges, and it tests the high and the low. If it can't break out on the high, it pulls back down to the low and looks for support. If it finds support, it takes another stab at breaking out again. And it just kind of keeps doing that, bouncing between that area until it's finally ready to break out, either to the upside or downside. But here's the thing that's interesting about balancing areas, okay, is that you could think about it like a spring that's being like wound up tighter and tighter and tighter and tighter. And the more time that the market spends stuck in a range, and also the tighter the range, which this is both of those things, right? This is a very, very tight range in terms of volatility, And it's a very, very long balancing area. It's over a week. Usually balancing areas last like 3 to 4 days. So it lasting this long means that that spring is really, really tight. It is, and so the breakout one direction or another usually has quite a bit of excess. It's a big, harsh breakout. So we broke out to the downside once again in the overnight, got below value. Got below the balancing area, and we got this huge push. If we can't get back up into this balancing area by the end of the day today, it increases the odds that that push isn't over, that the tension that was built up from this balance hasn't come to an end yet, and the market needs to push down even lower. So we really want to get back into this balancing area, and then once we do, we target the opposite end of the balance. Okay? Great question, Donkey. There isn't really a clean one right now because we've had a couple of look above and fails. So I don't even think I have one marked on my chart at the moment. Yeah, I would say this 6-2 high. That's where it was failing the first few times. So yeah, I would say 42.15 is the balance area high. You could also check. I noticed Jim Dalton was tweeting about it a day or two. You could go check and see on his Twitter where he put those levels. Jim Dalton, by the way, put out a tweet after this day saying that the fact that we had pulled back into balance increased the odds of a rotation down to the opposite end. And I was going to put it in the Discord last night. And I thought, it's a day old. I'm not going to show it to people. And then boom, next morning, opposite end of balance. All right. Well, we've broken out of that, broken through that 15-minute, that 20 moving average on the 15-minute candles there on the NASDAQ. So that's good. Pulling value a little bit higher. So, yep, they're working their way back up towards that high. Yeah, I could see that. I could see 12 to 14 today. If we start to break out above this D period high, bring in some buyers here on the Q. You could easily get a push up at least to repair this weak H period high that we left yesterday. My pleasure, Keith. You can always just ask. Just mention in the chat. Let me see the cue, and I'll show it to you. 81 people watching, 33 likes. Please smash that like button. Let's get some more people here. They might have great insight they could bring to the chat. Thank you, guys. Appreciate you. I don't think I've ever seen a wick this big on the breath before. That's very unique. But looks like the market's not ready for a breakout just yet. Got to do a bit more rotation. Let's see what happens when it gets into this node of volume right here just below us at around 41.96. Can I find some support in there? Internals looking pretty neutral here. That wick is just so interesting to me. I've never seen that before. But yep, pretty much all just sitting on the zero line. Malcolm, were you listening to me yesterday when I was talking about that Jeff Bezos thing, or is that just random that you brought it up? Yeah, no, decision fatigue. Is that the official term for it? I like that. Jim Dalton calls it using up your mental capital, but decision fatigue sounds more official. But yep, very real thing. You know, when you spend all morning freaking out about trades, do I get in this? Do I do that? What's the market doing? Oh no, is it going to keep going? By the time you get later in the day, you just don't have the energy to think smart. And so you kind of just start, your mind just kind of starts going with any decision that makes sense instead of being disciplined and following your rules. So that's a very real thing. The only advice I have is like walk away for an hour or two. You know, go watch some TV or read a book or, you know, do something, whatever you like to do that'll just distract you and you won't be sitting thinking about the market. And then you'll come back a little bit fresher. Or just wait till tomorrow. Get a good night's sleep. FRM. Is this rotational? Well, yes, sir. This is rotational. It is rotating. But I feel like it's rotating and wants to break out. Essentially, what I think is that spending this time and putting in this volume up here is sort of verifying the fact that this was just a look below and fail of the balancing area low, and that likely some of these single prints will remain until the end of the day, giving us a double distribution. So in the case that this is a double distribution, the day is rotational, just looking from here to here. But keeping in mind that it was a look below and fail, we know the market will probably over the next day or two work its way up to the balance area high. So you take those two narratives and you put them together, and then you add the fact that the NASDAQ is stuck below its balancing area, okay? And then you say to yourself, well, what happens if the NASDAQ gets back up into its balancing area? Well, the same as the ES, it's likely to start pushing higher towards the opposite end. That will bring the ES with it. So yes, right now at this moment, the market is rotational, but I do think it's possible that it breaks out of this rotation. If not today, tomorrow, and then we get up here to the balancing area high. Still got roughly 2.5 hours left in the trading day. Lots of time to make a move. Okay, we also just pulled the POC higher from the H period up to here. That is bullish, pulled it right into that node of volume. Free samples are coming back. Malcolm, that's the best news I've ever heard. Has anybody been to Costco lately? They still have the people standing there at the end of the aisle, but they just won't give you a free sample. Like they have the free samples sitting there, and you can look at them, and they'll talk to you about them, but you can't have them. Mohammed, I think you're probably talking about the non-farm payroll. No, I don't look at any of those types of numbers. I am of the school that any like news-driven type of information that matters, I will see the results of it in the chart in real time. So, for example, this morning I wasn't trading at the time, but if this happened, this crazy spike higher happened in real time, and I was watching it, I wouldn't have known what the news was, but I would have known it's something news related. And so I wouldn't have touched the trade. I would have just stepped aside and wait to figure out what the news is before I enter my position. That's sort of how I like to do things. I look at the market generated information because the problem with fundamentals when you're talking about short-term trading, like intraday trading, is there's no consistency in how the market reacts to them. So, for example, a company could release their numbers and they're really good, and then the stock price goes up. And then the next quarter, they release their numbers and they're really good, and the stock price goes down. So you don't actually ever know how to trade the news once it comes out. It really depends how the market had positioned itself beforehand. So I just let that, I instead, master watching the market, watching the chart, and then let whatever effect the news is going to have on it have. And I look for that in the chart. I hope that makes sense. And Jitten, yep, I was literally just thinking that this morning. I opened it up and I saw that it had crashed overnight, and I said to myself, here you go. You're going to have all these new retail traders that have no idea what they're doing who bought AMC yesterday. They're going to wake up this morning underwater. Not one person who bought it yesterday is in the profits. They're all losing. And you know what they'll do? They'll just buy more. They'll just keep piling on. Yeah, there is like a real correlation, Muhammad. It's like, yes, those type of things affect the market, but just looking at the news and then guessing what the market's going to do as a result, I have never found a pattern in that. So it's I just don't even look at those things. I don't even know what's happening in the news. I'm just focused on the market generated information. All right, and the rotation continues as before. Looking for support. The first little area is going to be right here where we have these low volume levels here between 91 and 90. The idea being the market wants to come down here and backfill this a little bit. And so once it's able to, it could find the support it's looking for to rotate back up. If not, the next target becomes the base of the single prints. Or more, if you want an even stronger one, just below it is the halfback. And again, you've got a little random area with very low volume here. So that might need backfilling. So the market pulls down, churns around this level, and then finds support for the push back up to the POC. Both indices testing the 20 as support right now. Thank you for the sub, Muhammad. Welcome to the party. Welcome to the community. Jonathan, good to see you, brother. Welcome. Okay, the J-Lo was good, but the K is now weak. One tick from the J-Lo. So we got a weak reference. We just pulled that POC lower here in the K period as well. Further sign of rotation. Also, I just want to keep reminding everybody, the closer that we get to that M period, that if the NQ can't get back above its balancing area, it's a signal of potential further downside continuation, and that would pull the ES with it. So if I had to make a guess right now, an hour out, if we can't get back up here by the M period, likely we get a sell-off. Let's see what happens. Jonathan, no, on a day like today, to trade rotation, I won't wait for it to get out of value. It's never going to get below value. We spent too much time down here this morning. So no, I'm just looking for trades that are, just give me good support. But I haven't taken a single trade today. I started late. I started trading the D period here, but I haven't taken a single trade. Market hasn't given me any opportunities. Yeah, Jonathan, do you just trade for like a few hours during our regular trading hours, or do you trade into our overnight? Are you trading when Asia opens up, or do you just trade for like the last couple hours of our day? I'm curious about that. That's so interesting, Jonathan. So, do you ever take trades at night when you get home after work if you see something in the market? Or are you just observing and prepping yourself for the next day? All right, starting to get set up here for a potential little liquidation break. If the 20s break on both indices at the same time, you got the downtrend in the ticks. Could be a nice little setup for a liquidation into these single prints here. So again, as I've been saying all day, finding support inside the single prints is bullish. Getting down to the base of the single prints and finding support is bullish, but getting below them would be extremely bearish for further downside continuation that could last for days. So we want to, this was the change in the market that came from the news. We want this to hold. Let's see what happens. All right, well, we're finally getting in here and backfilling these levels that had that low volume here in the K period. Not bringing in any kind of liquidation. Yeah, market just looking for support to continue rotating. Super exciting stuff here. 30 minutes to the M period. So if it doesn't find support here at 90, the next target, once again, is between the base of the single prints and the halfback down here at 41.84. All right, so back up to the POC. You know me. I agree, Chris. This market is killing me. But it's 15 minutes to the M period, so maybe we get some volatility. As well as ultimately just a decision. You know what I mean? The market's just in, so, well, not the ES, but the NQ especially, is just in such a risky place in where it's floating around here today. If the M period can't get us back up into the balance area, that would be bearish. Meanwhile, the ES staying inside its balance area would be bullish, right? Because we would expect a continuation to the opposite end. So it's very confusing, the position we find ourselves in. Probably part of what's leading to the uncertainty that the traders have with taking a position. So if the M period can move us somewhere, we can be better positioned to take risk tomorrow, having that more information. Donkey, we can't do the spreadsheet today, bruh. Too many peeps. Too many people. Can't be having no 75 people. That'd be crazy. We'll have to get back into it tomorrow. Well, trading donkey, that sounds like a wonderful problem to have, doesn't it? To have so many people involved that we have to come up with a better system. Uh, but yeah, you're right. It will all have to grow together. All right, Philip, thanks for stopping by, brother. We'll see you tomorrow. Well, Fausto, you got a weak reference down there, so you might get another chance to enter on your long. Is it going to be a double distribution? It certainly looks like it, but of course the M period could come along and ruin things. So it's not officially a double distribution until the end of the day when we get to the closing price and we haven't revisited. But yeah, it certainly looks like that's the case. Okay, the Nasdaq has kind of a P shape. It's not officially a P because you pulled back down here in the C period. To officially be a P, it kind of has to start low, push higher, and then stay up higher. But you kind of have a P shape. P shape being a signal that it's more short covering. More short covering than new money buying in here. So again, that's bearish to see when we're stuck below a balance area low. All right, 2 minutes to the M period. Start hitting me in the chat. Where do you think we're going to end the day? What is the price you think we're going to land at? Anyone who nails it to a T gets a free t-shirt. If you can get the price, and that's where the market closes in the N period, not the M. If you can nail the price the market closes the day today, I'll send you a free t-shirt. Let's go. Hit the chat. Let's do it. Def lower. Chris, that's not getting you a t-shirt. That's not specific enough. All right, well, here they come. We got Donkey at 4,200. Paul's saying the base of those single prints down there at 41.84. Scott is saying 96.50. He's seeing us just float right around here. Fausto, 42.05. Gianfranco, 42.07. These guys are seeing us get a little push higher, get above value. Jonathan seeing 41.83. Okay, just a little bit below the base of those single prints. Design knob, 88. Okay, just going down there to repair that weak L period low. Chris, 41.84.75. Chris getting super specific. Thank you, brother. Jeff, 41.98.25. I love you guys that are coming in with the decimal point specificness. It's beautiful. Roy is seeing 41.95. Okay, just floating around this same area. Jose seeing 41.90. Pull back to repair that weak L low. Slades with Fausto. I almost called you Fiasco. Fiasco. City Matt is seeing 41.96. So it seems like most people are seeing us float kind of around the same area and get stuck in this node of volume. A couple people higher, a couple people lower. Nathan, 42.06. RK Leon, 41.78. RK at 41.99. So lots of people thinking we're staying right in here. We're stuck. Armando, 96, another one. Raccords is at 4187.50. Little pull lower. Is Lisder throwing out his prediction of 41.67 and then heading off for a run? Break a sweat, brother. Have fun. Scott, I'm saying 4:15, the runoff period. The N, not the M. So I won't even be live when it happens, but I'll go back and figure out who nailed it and reach out to them the next day in the chat. So far, pretty quiet for the M period. All right, last chance. Get them in now, or I'm cutting it off. If you want the t-shirt, you got to guess in the next 1 minute. Get after it. I don't know. Last couple days, the murder bot's been a bit of a disappointment. It's been the rotational bot. It's been the balance bot. Balance bot. Do 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 do. Malcolm C in 42.98. Oh, also, that reminds me. Yesterday, somebody asked me about a t-shirt. Yeah, so yesterday somebody was asking me on the private stream about a t-shirt, a Buy Fear, Sell Greed shirt. So I got two of them up there now. One of them's $26. That's the one that has the Pirate Traders logo on the back. And the other one is $20 without a logo on the back. All right, Manny Hunt is the last official guess. Closing the guesses. That's okay, Malcolm. I'll still count it. I won't judge you for your fat fingers. I'm not an animal. All right, so they're up there testing that 20 moving average. Is it resistance now? Or can we push through? Trading donkey, yes. I guess technically I'm a mammal. Not an incorrect assessment. I don't know, guys. We're going to have another M period like we have the last few days where it just rotates. It just balances. I miss those sweet, sweet spikes where we would all be in shock and awe and just asking ourselves, what is the market doing? Now I'm bored by it just being normal and rotating. Give me that sweet, sweet end of day adrenaline rush or nothing. Come on. Oh boy, well, we're about to test those single prints once again, but this time when we're 1 minute from the murder bot. Da 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 dum, da 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 dum. And I think to myself, oh boy, you had the NQ here looking weak. Value area completely lower. Okay, indicating further downside continuation. Shape of the profile showing us it's more short covering than new money buying in here today. Can't get back up into its balance area. Starting to feel like the market needs to pull back a little bit more. Cue the murder bot. All right, let's see what the volatility does to us. Yeah, Kazo, I don't do buy sell signals here. That's why the chat was asking if you were kidding. This channel is just about understanding market structure and trying to get a grasp around what the market is doing. How you choose to trade it is totally up to you. RK, you're saying for tomorrow, the payroll and the well, it's not like Jay Powell's going to say anything we don't already know exactly what he's going to say. He's going to say the recovery is happening faster than expected, but we're going to keep buying. We're going to keep printing that money and buying those assets. He might talk about inflation, though, interest rates. Well, Salmon River, that's got to be the nicest thing anyone's ever said about me. Thank you, brother. Cinny Matt. He's shaking those dice. He wants a pretty lady next to him to blow on them. All right, second wave of Murderbot, less than 1 minute away. There it is, second wave, volatility. What's the deal with Texas? Did some piece of news just come out or something? Just an Australian typing the word Texas into the chat with 3 exclamation points. What happened? I still don't get the reference. Was there a Texas massacre that I'm not aware of? Oh, the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Boy, that one I had to work for. I really had to work to get to that one. Yeah, no, this is nothing like that. This is the nicest massacre of all time. This is a massacre where nobody died. This murder bot is scared of hurting anybody. This is the boring bot. The narcolepsy bot. Yeah, I don't know, Donkey, save your bot. Didn't save me, just saved me the excitement I could have had if it went somewhere. All right, guys. Well, we're 1 minute to the close. Looks like we're going to close right at that POC, right at that time POC, the TPOC. Loverbot. There you go. If your guess was right, wherever the market closes, again, that's after the 15-minute runoff period. If your guess was right, shoot me an email at ahoy@pirate traders. If not, I'll mention it tomorrow in the chat. and you get you a shirt in the mail. Somebody might have got it though, because a lot of people guessed that the market was going to stay in this range. So I bet you somebody got it. All right, guys. Well, I'm going to call it quit there. I shall be back tomorrow morning right here on the YouTube, and I hope to see you all with me. I promise my software will be working, and we'll party then. Thanks a lot, guys. Have a great rest of your day. Bye-bye.